And we're back. A little bit of delay, hustling to get caught up here at the end of the day or right before the Thistledown live contest begins. We have 117 right now that are in the contest. That number will be over 120 by the time they go live in a few minutes to the race number one. We have 5 stakes races today, and it kicks off with the first one, the Best of Ohio Cleveland Kindergartner Stakes. So hopefully we can get this one right. Are you smarter than a kindergartner? It's 6 furlongs on the main track. The track is fast, and 6 furlongs at the Thistledown Ohio track, OHIO, for all you Ohio State fans out there. Typically favors horses that get out to the lead. It's a little bit of not a real huge, pretty good bias. 75% of the horses that get to the, in the first 3 at the opening quarter pole are the ones that find their way into the winner's circle. So pick the fastest horse and you might pick the winner. Looking at the field, the one horse of the, 4 horses in the one entry are the horses that make up that entry, and each one counts as its own horse in the contest. I know some people don't like that. I understand, but the way a programmer thinks and the way a horse person thinks aren't always the same. So looking at number 1A, that's Tantrum. The horse is getting Lasix for the first time, had one good quality start and 3 runs. Could improve. The jockey's been pretty hot the last couple of days, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third and 11 runs. Was the beaten favorite last time out for Timothy Ham, who responds at about 24%. Not a big fan of the fact that the fractions were about the same, but didn't really see a whole lot in terms of performance there. The 1X Corner Office. This horse had the highest last raid speed figure and one of my favorite handicapping angles now. Showed speed last time out. 3 straight consecutive improvements, but it's getting Lasix for the first time. Horses that get speed and Lasix, I think sometimes that is an added benefit for the very first time out. So I like this 1X horse as a very strong candidate to possibly take this race. Number 1Y, man, I'm just not so used to all of this. Condemnation, again, this is another Timothy Ham horse. Horse that showed speed last time out, but did get Lasix last time. Came in second to Corner Office, the 1X, its stablemate. Timothy Ham and Luan Machado haven't won in 4 tries together, but have finished in the money 75% of the time. So the 1 and the 1Y are 2 of your favorite. Mr. Luch is a first-time starter, and as we talk about with first-time starters versus experienced horses, you want to take them and separate them in 2 different packs. The one thing I do like about Mr. Luch is it's relatively speaking, an expensive horse compared to some of these, only $45,000, but it is Thistledown. And it did put a bullet work in before its before its first debut start. So I like that. That's a very strong angle in my opinion. The Day of the Gray, last time out, was its first start off of a short layoff. Did show some minor improvement. When you look at the fractions, they were a little bit slower than the previous race, but did add a furlong. So it's really not, it's kind of deceptive. So it's about the same. Was a heavy favorite, not a favorite, but one bet to 190 to 1. So it was a horse that the people like there. It's a horse that could improve with blinkers today. Not the best angle for trainer Robert Klein. Only wins at about 9%. But the horse is 1 for 1 at Thistledown. Did show speed. I would like to see some better workouts coming into this spot. Number 4 is Country Club Bobby. Right now, Country Club Bobby is one of the co-favorites at 2 to 1. It is a horse that won its debut at less than 1 to 1 odds. Didn't get to the front. Came from way back. So I'm not so sure that I am a fan of closers here at Thistledowns. It's making its first start there at Thistle. As I mentioned at the top, the horses tend to get to the front, tend to do better at Thistledown than they do as closers. But one you definitely have to pay attention to, as it did get some action early on in its debut. Number 5 is Rumble Strip Ron. Gotta love those alliterations. Last time out at Thistledowns, broke its maiden with a huge increase from its debut race. A nicer race in the middle. Just showed some speed. Faded, got second time Lasix, was able to get the job done. I expect that you'll see the horse near the front of the pace again, although I do not like the fact that its fractions were a little bit slower last time out. Number 6, Turning Pages, is a horse that's still waiting to break its maiden. Came close last time out. Speed improvement. You've seen those past performance lines getting better and better and better. Huge jump from the first race to the second race. I don't like the fact that its fractions were only marginally faster, but the speed number was a lot better. And in terms of it keeping company of the front runners, definitely an A+ there as well. The last horse in the field is Worthy Opponent. That's number 7, ridden by Ricardo Mahias, James Jackson training. Second career race, wins at about 23%. Was decently bet last time out. Did get Lasix, never really threatened. But since the workouts have been pretty solid. So I do kind of like the way the 7 is trending in terms of its workouts. As far as my picks are concerned, in the race number 1 at Thistledowns, I'm going to go with the 1X, the 3, the 4, and the 2. That's how I'm lining them up. We'll see how they are when it goes official, and we'll see you then. going to be one of those days again where the second place horse, mine, comes home first. It happens way too much for my liking, but it happens. So the 1Y, all those 1Ys, but speed did hold up in there. 3 did get to the front, stayed in the front. That's a positive thing. And there were quite a few people who had the 3 horse, 16 of them to be exact. We'll be back for race number 2, another 6 furlong race. We'll have some pace analysis. We'll have a little bit of late pace analysis, horse by horse analysis, and of course, picks at the end. Whatever pick I make second is probably the horse that we should put on top, because that seems to be the way it goes some of these Saturdays. So look forward to being back for that race. We'll see you in 10 minutes before post. Race number 2 is the Miss Ohio Best of Ohio Stakes. So make this a little bit bigger. Another 6 furlong race on the main track, which is fast. No scratches. And looking at the field for the last 2 months, I went back and did a little bit of homework on 6 furlongs on Thistledown's fast track at 6 furlongs to figure out if there was a post position bias or maybe if there was a little bit of a speed bias. We saw that play out in the last race. But as far as post positions are concerned, there's really no advantage to breaking anywhere. It's a fairly even course. It plays real fairly. So getting an inside draw or outside draw doesn't seem to impact the horse's chances to win. But you have to have some early speed. At 6 furlongs on a fast track over the last 2 months, 19 of 63 winners were on the lead. So they wired the field. That works out to about 30%. That's a pretty good angle. That's like betting the favorite. In the first 2, 55.55%. And then finally, if your horse is in the first 3, 74.6% of those horses came home first. So 3 out of 4 winners, usually at this distance, are within the first 3 at the quarter mile marker. Looking at the early pace, who's likely to be in the first 3? Well, the 5 horse seems to have the maximum speed advantage according to my early pace rankings, followed by the 2, the 3, the 1, the 4, and the 6. And then when we're coming home, the 4 horse will have the strongest late legs, followed by, and everybody else kind of bunches up afterwards. And really after the 5 horse, all the other horses kind of bunch up on that early pace as well. But coming home, the 4 has an advantage and everybody else is just about the same, with perhaps the exception maybe of the 1 horse. That might be a little bit of a laggard. Finally, if you like to play your picks based upon speed ratings, our proprietary speed rating number says that the 5 horse is the top ranked, followed by the 1, the 4, and the 2. Let's take a look at each horse here real quick. Number 1 is Prophetess. I guess that's how you pronounce that horse. Last time out at Thistledowns, did run a better race, showed much improved fractions out of the gate, which is something I like to see. In fact, she's run the 2-year-old, the fastest fraction, opening quarter fraction out of anybody in this field. Something I like to see. Was the favorite last time out, got beaten, and is getting Lasix for the first time, which could be helpful. Maybe give the horse a little bit more stamina down the stretch. Flatter Her again looks like it's the second choice right now on the board, or maybe even the top choice. The horse last time out did have one of the top speed figures for this crew, not quite as high as the 1. And the horse does also show a history of having some pretty strong early pace figures. So as again, when we looked at the early pace, it looks like it'll be a horse that's part of the mix. And Tom Amos is a top trainer, one of the better trainers. And then John McKee also ranks out as a pretty high jockey. The 2 of them together have won 2 out of 3 starts together. And it did put a bullet work in on July 6th, but that was before its prior race. The last workout was okay. Number 3 is Pacific Coast. Last time out, finished 7th by 10. That's not really that good. Contended, got tired. This would be a second time Lasix. Wins at about 13% for trainer Timothy Ham. Was the favorite last out. Got beat. In terms of maybe the jockey-trainer combo works out pretty well here, but the horse does look to me like it needs to show a little bit more than it did in its last race. Number 4, Candlelight Hours was one of the morning line favorites. Horse that does have some early speeds, run every single time on Lasix. The horse has some of the fastest opening fractions. James Jackson hits at about 18% with those unpredictable 2-year-olds. And when James Jackson teams up with jockey Malcolm Franklin, they have won 4 out of 7. So that's a pretty good number. And they've run this horse twice at Thistledowns. Finished first by 6 1/4 to break its maiden, and then second by 4 in its debut. Number 5, Starlit Secret, won its debut too with the top last race speed figure. Horse was pretty close to the pace right off the get-go. Came back, but hasn't really worked out since then. So kind of tough to sell if it's going to keep its form. But do like the fact that it came out, ran its top last race speed figure. Does also have the top pedigree number for this field. and for the distance and surface. And also you have trainer Silvano Gonzalez turning this horse around right away. So that sort of tells me that the horse, at least the trainer, feels like the horse remains sharp. Number 6 is Squid, as the Matt Hook, one of our guests on the Player Edge, mentioned. Different jockey on him. I forget what name he threw out there, but Michael Maker horse coming in. So Michael Maker, obviously a good trainer. Horse does have some good fractions in terms of its previous races, so it can run pretty fast. And looking at its workouts since, it has put in a couple workouts. So the 6 horse should be improved, although it's going to have to make a pretty, I think, substantial uptick in its performance from the last time out if it wants to capture the Miss Ohio title. As far as my picks are concerned, I think the 5 here might be a single. It's still 5-1, so I don't know, maybe not. But I'm going to go 5, 4, 2, and 1. That's how I'm lining them up. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. That's easy enough, right? Just bet the 3 horse. Won both races in a row, and actually was the co-pilot in both races in a row. So it doesn't look like necessarily speed alone is the way to the winner's circle. It's tactical speed right behind the pilot. Let the pilot push, and then you follow it home. So far, only Frank Phipps is the only contestant to go 3-3 to start the first 2 races. Will the third win the third races too? That'll be interesting to find out. It's only 5.5 furlongs. Again, we found some interesting statistics from the last 2 months of racing at 5.5 furlongs that we'll share with you. 10 minutes to post. If you're watching for the first time, make sure you hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, hit the like button. That way, when we get started, we do this every Saturday for our contests at horseracingradar.com. You can follow us on Twitter as well at Racing Radar. That's our address as well at Facebook. We don't do TikTok yet because my other host, typically for our Player's Edge podcast, Sean, doesn't want to do TikTok videos where he's dancing with tools. We're trying, however. We'll be back for race number 3, the first non-stakes race of the day. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. There are some factors that could influence the race that we'll talk about. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. Race number 3 is a claiming $12,500, non-winners of 3 lifetime for registered Ohio foils for fillies and mares 3 years old and up that have not won 3 races, as we mentioned, as part of the conditions. It's a 5.5 furlong race. And when I look back at these races, there have been 50 of them in the last 2 months on a fast track at 5.5 furlongs at Thistledowns. And the first thing that jumped out to me is the post positions really struggle to win. They've only won 4 of the 50. Otherwise, every other post position has come home at pretty fair amounts. I mean, it's been equal, some a little bit more than others, but each post has gotten its fair share of W. So there's really not a major advantage. There's only a disadvantage, perhaps, of running on the rail, which a Smile a Day is on the rail right now. And a Smile of the Day is 5-1, not a favorite, but certainly its chances might be hampered by running on the rail. As far as pace is concerned, you want to have a fast horse. Looking at the last 50 races at the distance on a fast surface, 15 of them, so 30% went wire to wire. Add in another 15 to get 30 out of 50. We're running first or second at the quarter-mile marker. So that means 60% of your winners were either first or second at the quarter pole. Looking at the early pace figures, the one horse looks like it could be the fastest out of the box at times, followed by the 4. Can't be the 3. Can't beat us this time, Mr. 3, because you're scratched. With the 2, the 6, and the 5, although they are kind of bunched up. There's not a huge difference between them, but the 1 does have an advantage. Where the advantage comes in is the late pace. The 4 does seem as if though it has the best late pace numbers. And then the 5, the 6, the 2, and the 1, because the 3 are scratched, all have very similar type late pace figures, at least the way we calculate them. If you want to play them just straight up speed horses, the 2 horse would be your play, followed by the 4, the 6, the 5, and the 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the early pace might set up. Let me pop that screen real quick. So the early pace analysis shows that, as I mentioned, the 1 horse will probably be on the lead. That's a Smile a Day, followed by Attitude. We kind of went through this already, so we don't need to go through that again. I was going to do something different where I could add the horses' names in instead of just writing them down, and then I had done that already. I had mentioned it, so forgive me. Let's go ahead and talk about the horses. The 1 horse is a Smile a Day. A horse is dropping in class from a $35,700 purse last time out to $19,500 this time out. Trainer Robert Gorham hits at about 32%. First time he moves a horse into the claiming ranks. The drop should help a little bit too, so I like that as well. Trainer-jockey combination is okay, nothing to be all that excited about. I don't like the fact that the last time out, even though it shortened up from 6 furlongs to 5.5 furlongs, its fractions got worse. And then it really just didn't play very well at all. So I'm not a big fan of that. Number 2, Highly Explosive, is a horse that's probably going to be middle of the pack and back. It's got it did have the highest last race speed figure and is dropping in class. Trainer Candace Huffman is turning the horse around in under 20 days. So that's sometimes a pretty good sign. Did post one of the better speed figures last out, as I mentioned, was the highest last race speed figure. Should be a horse that's not all that far off the early pace, but it's not one of my favorites. 7 times at Thistledowns, has 2 wins. Gertie Cat, as I mentioned, is scratched. Number 4, Attitude, is taking in all of the money. This horse has won 2 of its 5 races. It's also dropping in class. Last time out, it ran for the same $35,700. Does have the best early pace figures in the field. We mentioned that. I mean, the best late pace numbers, but it is middle of the pack in terms of second best early pace figures. The jockey trainer combination of Malcolm Franklin and Timothy Ham, a pretty strong combination. The horse has run twice at Thistledowns, hasn't found the winner's circle yet. So interesting that the horse is such a big favorite. But it is also probably going to be my top pick too. Number 5, Silky Tassels, is coming off a long layoff, hasn't run since October. So it is making its 6-year-old debut. And as Tom, our friend Tom on the Players Edge podcast says, sometimes mares, when they hit 5 or 6 years old, decide they're just not interested in racing anymore. The last 3 races certainly didn't look like she was interested in racing. In fact, most of her races. She's only won 2 of 31. Hasn't won any of her last 16. Workouts are not so good, so probably a toss. Number 6, Graziahu. It's a horse that is also dropping in class. Seems like a lot of these are dropping from a similar type race, from a $35,700 purse to this 19.5. It has shown some speed in the past. First time claiming for Robert Servin. Hasn't done it a whole lot this year, only twice. Didn't win either one of them. I don't know how much the drop in class is going to help, but looking at the workouts, hasn't worked out in a long time. 10 times across the Thistledown track with a couple of wins and a couple of thirds, 2 and 12. I think this is a wide open race. As you can tell, there's really not a whole lot of what I would call top-notch quality in here, but you got to play the cards that you're dealt. I agree. I like the 4 followed by the 2 and then the 6 and the 1. Again, I'm going to rank them 4, 2, 6, and 1. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets. And as always, we hope to see you in the winner's circle. Struggling to find a winner there, folks, at Thistledowns. A little bit different than last week. We had a much better success at Saratoga. Maybe the horses at Saratoga and the bigger tracks run a little bit truer to form. That was a nice race out of the winning horse there, the 2-horse, catching the one at the wire to keep the one's win rate. 5.5 furlongs, kind of on the low side. They're going to test our luck in race number 4 with another new distance, 1 mile on the track again. Looking at the past 2 months, the post has struggled again in the 1 mile races at Thistledown. So we'll look at some other trends that we see there too. Hopefully we can find some find a winner this time around. We'll take again a look at the early pace and late pace as always. Which one of those two might have a bigger impact on the outcome of the race? We'll find out 10 minutes before post. We'll see you then. We move on to race number 4, 1 mile on Thistledown main track. It's a, well, fast surface. They've run in the last couple of months 34 of the races at 1 mile. It kind of starts and you turn left right away, almost like a NASCAR race. And you would think that that would have an advantage for the rail, but actually it doesn't. The rail has only won 3 times in the last couple of months out of 34 starts. So that's a little bit under 10%. They're very close to about 8%. So the rail horse, I know that a Song Stop Shelf is probably the primary pick. Might actually be mine. I might move away against it. I don't know. But looking at the posts that have performed very well, the 2 horse, the 2, the 3, and the 4. So Z Volume, Get Out of the Harem. That's probably not a bad idea. And then JJ's Fancy. Those 2, 3, and 4 have been the highest winning positions. The 1 and everything else have been a little bit lower than the 2, the 3, and the 4. In terms of pace, looking at the pace of this race, again, early speed does play well at Thistledown. The horse that's been on the front has won 8 of the 34. That's about 23.5%. The first 2 horses have won 18 of 34. So that works out to be about 53%. And then the first 3 hit at 70.6%. So you want a horse that's probably in posts 2, 3, or 4 that has a little bit of decent early pace. And then from there has a shot to close the race out. So looking at the early pace analysis, it looks to me like let me just get this in the right order here for us. The early pace is probably going to be set by number 5, Peyton Pretty. Does have a little bit of an early pace advantage over the rest of the field. Number 1, Songs Top Shelf is, and Sweet Empire, the 6 horse, along with JJ's Fancy, all have very similar kind of pace figures early on, followed by the 3, 2, and 7, which Get Out of the Harem, Z Volume, and Well-Oiled Cat. A little bit slower out of the gate, so probably not going to look at those horses in terms of early pace advantage. Looking at the late pace, Well-Oiled Cat, the 7 horse, probably going to be the strongest charger coming late, although he'll have a lot of companies from Songs Top Shelf, that horse, along with Z Volume, the 2 horse. They all have pretty similar late pace figures. JJ's Fancy, those 4, number 4, have pretty similar numbers. So I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of difference from them. The 6, the 3, and the 5, Sweet Empire, Get Out of the Harem, and Peyton Pretty have the lowest late pace figures. They may not be coming as hard as anybody else. So let's go ahead and take a look at the field. Number 1 is, as I said, Songs Top Shelf. It kind of is a little bit of a tongue twister. Horse that's come off a layoff. Has just coming off a race on July 29th. So you got a quick turnaround here for trainer Danny Bird. Does have occasionally put in some of the fastest early fractions. Again, according to our pace numbers, has a pretty good chance to be close to the front. And when you look at it, has the highest last rate speed figure. So when we look at speed ratings, the way they rank out is the 1 horse followed by the 5, the 6, the 4, the 7, the 3, and the 2. And that last race speed figure was achieved in the last race for number 1. Looking at number 2, Z Volume. The horse has only 1 quality race in 10 starts. Kind of hard to really back that too feverishly. Anyway, looking at its last race, got a faster track, kind of tailed off. Don't like the way the horse's form is regressing. That's usually not a very good sign. I'm not a big fan of a horse that finishes 8th of 8 by 17 without really an excuse. So kind of tough to tell what happened there with the 2 horse. Number 2, Get Out of the Harem, is another horse that last time out finished way back. It was a 6th of 7 by 32 lengths. Boy, wouldn't want to be that 7th horse. Another horse with declining form. Looks like it was intended to run on the grass maybe, and then got moved off the grass. This horse has failed to run a quality start ever, the 3 horse. So I don't think the 3 horse is going to get us here. And that's in 7 tries. Just each one's been brutal. Number 4, JJ's Fancies, tried to get its maiden 7 times. Got claimed last time out by Carlos in Rio. And talking to trainers in the past, many of them have told us that they go ahead and they look for a horse to claim. And when they claim it, they have a specific race in mind. This must be the race they have in mind because they took the horse and now they're actually moving it up in class a little bit. So that's sometimes a good sign. Trainer only won so far 1 out of 10 following a claim, but perhaps adding a little bit of distance will be helpful for JJ's fancy. Number 5, Peyton Pretty showed speed last time out and faded. Did improve coming off of the turf back to dirt. Sometimes that can shock a horse. Went off at 58-1. That's probably not what they were expecting, but it does have the top pedigree for the distance and the surface. And when you look at the trainer jockey combo, they've won 2 of their 8 together. So they're hitting about 25%. Maybe Peyton's Pretty can continue to show good early pace, has that top pedigree, and we'll see if perhaps he can find the winner's circle for the first time in 5 tries. The lighter raced horses in these kind of like wide open maiden claimings tend to be my favorites. Number 6, Sweet Empire. Another horse that showed a little bit of improving class, at least early on, but that's to be expected when he's moving maybe from a route back to a sprint. But I'm happy to see that he did show some improvement. And compared to his other 5 furlong runs, though, the fractions were a little bit slower. So slower fractions and still dueled and gave away. We'll see if indeed, I don't know if Sweet Empire really, 15 lengths, 26 lengths, 7 lengths, hasn't really run a quality start, 1 quality start in 12 races. But again, you have to pick somebody in this spot. Number 7, Well-Oiled Cat did show some closing last time out. Well-Oiled Cat is, let's see, but not one good race out of 30, which is, out of the last 10. I can't say out of 30. Ran 30 times, has 2 seconds and 4 thirds. I like more lightly raced horses. I'm going to go with my rankings. I'm just going to go 1, 5, 6, and 4. That's how I'm going to play them. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Certainly, we hope you have the best luck both at the track with your tickets and in the contest. And as always, we hope to see you in the winner's circle. So runaway win for the one in race number 4. The rail breaking that jinx at 1 mile on the turf, on the dirt course over there at Thistledown. Got Ralph F. Del Santo, not really running away, but he's in first place with 15 points in the contest. Jesus Fausto, Francis Larson, the big dog, all in the tied for second place. Then you got a slew of folks at 13, 12, and 11. There right now are approximately 22 people, 23 people within 5 points of the leader with plenty of races to go. So plenty of room for you to go ahead and make up some late ground to be a closer at this Thistledown contest. Collect yourself that $100 championship prize. We'll be back for race number 5, another 6 furlong outing on the main track. We've talked a little bit about how the post position and the speed plays out at 6 furlongs. We've seen the 3-horse win the first 2, I think, at that. Well, the 3-horse won the first one and the second race. And then you saw another co-pilot win the 3rd race that was also at 6 furlongs. So should be interesting affair. We'll see what we like. 10 minutes to post. See you then. Race 5, Thistledown, back to the main track, 6 furlongs. And we saw that in the first, I think in the third leg, first and second leg, I think. And what we found was the co-pilot won both races. We mentioned before that the early pace does favor the distance and surface, does favor horses that can get out a little bit early, a little bit faster than the rest. As far as post positions are concerned, it plays very evenly, unlike the last two distances where the one seemed to be at a disadvantage until the one smoked them in the last race. So perhaps maybe the one horse curse has been crushed there by the last horse out. So again, we're looking for horses that can get out of the gates a little bit faster than the rest. So let's take a quick look at the early pace figures. Looks to me like number 5, Royaled, is the quickest horse out of the gate. Should be followed pretty tightly by the 6 horse, Totally Tell You the Truth, Little Blaker, the 1 horse, and then the Private Drive, the 4 horse. So the 6, the 1, and the 4 are all pretty similar in terms of their early pace numbers, but the 5 does seem to have the best fleet foot early. On the way home, the number 3, Over Ice, looks like it's going to have the best late pace advantage over everybody else. Hasten Nation, the number 2 horse, is the second fastest in terms of late pace. And then you have a pretty good mix between Royaled and Little Baker. Those two will be about the same, followed by To Tell You the Truth and a Private Drive. Those 2 horses will be coming home, maybe the slowest late, depending upon how they get out early on. As far as speed figures are concerned, if speed figures are your thing, they rank 5, number 5, which is Royal D, number 6, To Tell You the Truth, number 2, Hasten Nation, number 3, that is Over Ice, number 1, and that's Little Blaker, and then number 4, Private Drive. That's how they rank if you're looking at speed figures as your main source of handicapping. So let's break down the field here a little bit. Number 1, Little Blaker, won its last race, last time out. It's done okay at Thistledowns. Won 7 of 30 starts with a trio of seconds and 6 thirds. Trainer Nestor Riviera follows up a win with another win at approximately 20%, somewhere along those lines. And if you look at the horse, it's kind of a little step up in class. It does have a history of getting some pretty fast opening fractions out there. So we'll see if indeed the 1 horse can do that again. Number 2 is Hand Sensation. I guess I pronounced that wrong when we were doing it. Last time out was June 28th. Didn't have a very good race whatsoever. Finished in 8 of 10 by 9 1/4 lengths. It does have a history of having some speed early on. It has put out on paper the fastest opening quarter out of any of these horses in the last 10 starts. It's going to need to redo that race, but that was way back, it looks like, in October of 2020 at Mountaineer, maybe, or Mahoning Valley. Forgive me. Number 3 is Over Icy. Last time out, did have a little bit of a regression there. It is dropping in class in terms of price by a little bit. Last time out ran for a purse of $38,500. This time it's running for $37,200. The big news here is trainer Gary Johnson is putting on blinkers for the first time, and he has hit at 5 out of 12 using that angle so far this year. That's a pretty good number there. Maybe the horse was a little distracted last time out. It's a horse that will need to be a little bit closer to the pace if pace does hold up, but early on in the day, we did see the 3 horse, for whatever reason, was a horse that loved to find its way into the winner's circle. Number 4 is Private Drive, another horse that's put in some really fast early fractions. So it can get out of the gate pretty quickly. We do have him amongst our early pace horses. In the second tier, does seem to fade a little bit when pressured. Has faced up against the 1 horse, I think, a Little Blaker. A couple times and finished behind it. Also finished behind Royaled when it matched up with Royaled. So it's kind of a herd animals, as many jockeys and trainers have told us. And, if they finish behind a horse, a lot of times they finish behind that horse again. Last time out, Royal D ran a highest last race speed figure, way, way, way ahead of anything else anybody in this field has produced. Well over par for this level. Again, another one that can get out of the gates blisteringly fast. Had a 4-length lead in the stretch and gave it up last time out. Not a big fan of that. Did run against Little Blaker early on, early in January at Mahoning Valley. Finished 6th by 12. That was the first start after a long break. Took another break and then came back and has been in really solid form. So perhaps the 5-horse Royald is the one that you have to beat here. Number 6 is To Tell You the Truth. I think that used to be a TV show, a game show way back, probably long before my time. I was a little kid at the time. I do like the fact that, to tell you the truth, put a bullet work in last time out. On August the 2nd, the fastest of 5 at 5 furlongs. It does have a tendency to get out and kind of fade a little bit. But if the horse can get to the lead, and when it's had the lead in the stretch, it has closed out 2 of 2 in the last 10, does have the top pedigree in the field for the distance and surface, and certainly does have a pretty solid jockey and trainer combo in Luis Riviera and Michael Roan. 2 have teamed up 29 times this year together to win 31% of them, so probably around 9. That's a pretty solid combination right there. So in terms of how I'm going to rank them, I think the 5-horse, if it can just repeat its last race, I don't know that it will, but it has run well, occasionally fresh, has put a couple bullets in. I think the 5-horse has a good shot to get out towards the front and then run right by everybody. Does have some versatility, Royald. Can't start in the front, can't start in the back, and still find its way to the winner's circle. So I'm going to go Royald, number 5, over number 6, To Tell You the Truth, over number 1, which is Little Blaker, and then closing it out with number 3 over Icy, who's probably going to win because the 3-horse seems to be the post of play today. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. We'll see you then. Royal played with him there, made easy work of that race right there, keeping Ralph Del Santo in the lead. Jesus Fausto remains in second. Big Dog dropped a little bit there. Big Dog, you need to have someone, you needed to go with the 5 who played with him. So it's still a pretty wide open contest. Ralph Del Santo has 20 points, and then you could subtract 6 on, go all the way down. So 25 people within 6 points, 27 within 7, with plenty of races left to go. And I suspect that there'll be some more upsets down the line. We're going to go back now to race number 6 coming up, which is another 6 furlong race. It's an allowance though, so we're going to get a little bit better quality horses here, but another 6 furlong race on the main track. So we already kind of know we already know the routine. You need to have a horse that gets close to the front. Need one that's is probably going to be, well, post position doesn't matter. Just forwardly placed first 3, and you probably have a pretty good shot to win. We'll be back to talk about which ones are likely to be in the front, which ones are likely to be in the middle, which ones are likely to be at the back, at the beginning, and at the end. We'll see you at 10 minutes to post. And now we're back to 6 furlongs, as I mentioned before we came to the break, on the main track. As we've seen in the, I think, trio of 6 furlong races so far in the first 5 races, speed, mostly the co-pilot one, but last time out, the 5 played silly games with the rest of the field, got out to a big lead, never gave it up, and then found its way as it geared down into the winner's circle, maybe saving a little bit for the next outing. Now we had 6 furlongs on the main track for an allowance, $35,700. Non-winners of 2 lifetime other than a maiden, claiming, or starter, but haven't won 3 races. Purse is $35,700. So it's a much better race than we've seen in the last few. Again, looking at 6 furlong, speed is the way. I will take a look at the early pace projections according to our analysis. The 6, the 8, and the 2 should be the trio of front runners, followed by the 7, the 1A, and the 4. But they're really not that much difference between the first 6. So it can really come in any order depending upon it to get a clean break and the way things work coming out of the gate, tactical speed, if it's going too fast, that sort of thing. And then on the way home, you should have the 3 horse taking the strongest legs late, followed by the 5 horse. And then the next quickest group in the final stretch should be the 4, the 1A, and then the 2, the 8, and the 6 look like they're going to be laggards when they're coming home. So if any of those are going to come home first, they're going to have a nice lead, comfortable lead coming into the stretch. If you like to play by speed rankings, then you're going to want to put the 6 horse on top, followed by the 7, the 3, and the 1A. Those are your top 4 potential superfecta plays based upon speed ranking. So let's take a look at the field. The number 1 is Estrella de Dain. That horse is scratched. So 1A, Victory Division, is the 1 horse, 1A horse. And this is a Terry Hollywood Hay handicapping special, folks. Terry says he loves it when a trainer scratches one part of the entry because the trainer typically knows what he's doing. And the second part of the entry, he says he sees it anecdotally. Of course, we haven't kept stats on it, but win a lot more than its fair share. So the 1A, which was 5-2 as a part of the entry, now 8-1 might offer you some value with the 1A. So it also a horse that probably has a good shot of getting out of the. It looks like it can get out maybe a little bit early on. It's got some speed, so we'll see what happens with the 1A. And that horse is Victory Division. It does show that it can eventually sometimes have a little bit of pace. We'll see. Number 2 is Joe's Rockin'. Joe's Rockin' is stepping up pretty aggressively in purse money. Last time out, ran for $17,000. Now running for $35,700. Did show a little bit of speed, then faded. That seems to be his style. Better form in 2021 than he was in 2020. He's got 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third compared to 4 thirds in 14 tries both times out. I don't like the fact that he faded against slower fractions last time out for 6 furlongs. Not a fan favorite in terms of my handicapping style. And number 3 was claimed last time out, making the first start for trainer James Jackson's. 1 out of 2 like that. The horse is fractions last out were considerably slower for 6 furlongs compared to the last time he ran 6 furlongs. The 3 horse will be coming late, and that's his strength. It is one of the fastest late pace horses according to our figures. In fact, it should be the strongest. If it can be a little bit closer to the lead, it might have a chance. A workout way back in June suggests maybe the Stone Cold Cat can get to the front, but there's really not a lot in its current form that says it's going to get to the front. However, look a little bit farther back, and the horse has done some early pace. And when you look at Ricardo Macias and James Jackson, the trainer combination, they have won, I think, 5 out of 14 together in the last 60 days, and actually have produced a positive ROI. That's what you want. Number 4, reinvested interest. That's Albert Einstein, Alfred E. Newman, I was going to say, completely different people. Same hairstyle maybe, but different people. Albert Einstein said compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. Horse is making its first start off a layoff, does tend to run really well fresh. Last time, I'm sorry, I missed by a race. he did have a third by 2 3/4 and then an 8 by 8 1/4. I was looking at the race right here, the race before the break. Workouts have been okay since. Haven't been bad, haven't been great, but in the middle. Has raced 5 times at Thistledowns with a first at the distance, 5 times, a first and a second. We'll see if maybe he can come off the bench and put something nice. Number 5, Mustang Willie. Probably my favorite name. So if you're a name better, you probably want to take Mustang Willie. Last time out, ran some little bit better fractions than he did the time before. It's kind of sneaky, hidden in it. You got to kind of do the math real quick. Rodney Falker and Joem Toledo have run together 11 times and failed to find the winner's circle. Not sure they're going to find it here with the Mustang Willie, but they did find the horse with the best name. The horse has put in a couple of good efforts, what I would call high quality effort, maybe 3, maybe 4 in its last 10 starts. Heidi's back. This 6 horse is a horse that showed some speed last time out and was claimed by Ernesto Riviera. Wins at 19, almost 20%. Does have a pretty good record at Thistledowns with 4 wins, 2 seconds and a third. Had the highest last race speed figure. Hasn't worked out since, but did put a couple bullets in before, so followed up the bullets with good work. Got off to a sharp break, and it looks like if the horse can get off to another clean break, Heidi's back might be back-to-back into the winner's circle. Judge Head is the 7 horse. Don't like the fact that he shortened up last time and really faded pretty hard. Run at Thistledowns 11 times, has a win and a third. Run at the distance 8 times with a win and a third. Is dropping ever so slightly in class. Last time he ran for a purse of $37,200, down to $35,500 now. Maybe the drop, the relief in class, but really not that big of a relief in class. Number 8, one crazy ride. Yeah, that's kind of how you describe life, right? Last couple have been really bad. Don't really see, although the last time out may have been slightly better than the time before that. Not a whole lot better, but pretty bad at all. Does have the top pedigree for the distance and the surface, and a couple of races back, a little bit earlier in 2021, showed that it does have a little bit of fleet early step. If it can find its fleet early form again for Amelia Garcia and trainer Sonny Leon, would have a shot maybe to be a part of the maybe exacta trifecta, somewhere along those lines. Well, I'm going to rank him the 6 horse over the 1A. I'm going to take the Terry Hay angle for the second for the place. For the show, though, I'm going with number 3, and to round out the superfecta, the 4. Again, 6, 1A, 3, and 4. We'll see how they line up when it's official. Good luck with your bets. And, of course, we hope to see you in the winner's circle. Ralph De Los Santos staying on top. He's a firm front runner today in the Thistledown handicapping contest for a hundo. Way to go, Ralph. Keep it up. Just 4 more races to go, and you'll be the winner. We move back into stakes racing with the Pay the Man Stakes. That's I think that's a good thing. Pay the man. I like that idea. Pay the man. Hope the boss is listening. It's a 1.8 miles. It's a whole new distance. Really not a lot of back history here to look at in terms of this one. So it'll be real quick on our analysis as far as the pace and potential pace and post position biases from the 1.8 miles. Quite frankly, there probably aren't any. We'll be back to talk about who might be on the lead, who might be charging late, who we think might win. Hopefully we find another winner in here in race number 7, 8, and 9 for that trio of stakes races. And if you like to play to pick 4, this is the race you can start for 50 cents. So we'll see you 10 minutes to post to Pay the Man Stakes. Just pay the man. Pay the man already. That's it. We pay the man stakes. 1 1/8 miles on Thistledown's main track. It's going to start at the beginning of the front stretch and go around 2 turns. They've only run 1 race so far at the distance. So for what it's worth, the rail horse won and was 3rd at the quarter-mile marker. So really not a whole lot that we can take from that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the early pace figures and see who might be the horse on the front of the at the quarter pole. So first up on the quarter pole ranking should be number 9, Circus Rings. But they're all pretty close. Right behind him, Totally Obsessed, the 1 horse, Sally Strong. Here Comes Jigs, the 5 horse, 11, Drill It. Any one of those really could be on the front when they hit the quarter-mile marker, and maybe even some behind them, because there really isn't much separation between the top horses at this and those horses in the middle and back. When they're charging home at the 1 1/8, so coming out of that second turn, Sally Strong, the 3 horse, should have a little bit of legs, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sally Strong do pretty well. Does have a little bit of a late pace advantage over number 4, Market Success, and Moon Nut Mission, the 6 horse. And then you have number 5, Here Comes Jigs. Those 4 should be the strongest chargers late, and then everybody else is kind of a cut down from there. So it's interesting to see which one of those pace horses can be both early pace and late pace. Looking at speed rankings for this field, if you like to play the speed numbers, number 3, Sally Strong, is your top ranked speed horse, followed by number 6. That is Moonlit Mission. Number 5 is the Here Comes Jigs horse. It sounds like a lot of the late pace horses are going to do pretty well here. And then the 4 horse, Market Success. Those are your top 4 and your top 4 in terms of your late pace numbers. Now we'll look at the field and see which horses we like and what they might be able to bring to the table. We'll start with number 1, Totally Obsessed. Hasn't run a good race in, well, 1 good race in 2021 out of 6. Not the sort of thing that I'm looking for, so I don't think Totally Obsessed will follow the other horse's lead that won in 1 1/8 and take the rail all the way to the winner's circle. This 5-year-old mare seems like she's wrapped it up for the season, maybe next year, although does have a decent record at Thistledown, so maybe the gambler's fallacy is true here. Totally Obsessed is due. Number 2, Cali Dream. We all could be dreaming to go to Cali. Last time out, ran on the turf, switching back to the dirt, 17% angle for trainer Gary Johnson. It does have a back class history of getting out of the gates pretty fast, but not much of that recently. He's been really kind of coming on hard late. So trying to maybe switch from from a speed horse to a closer. Has run at the distance 8 times with a first, a second, and a third. Does have a solid maybe jockey trainer combo, at least not bad, not great. Also ran in this spot last year, finished 5th out of 10 and by 23 lengths. So not really close. Sally Strong has won 5 out of 6 to 3 horse, been near the front all the way around the track. The only race it did not win was its only trip across a non-fast track. Getting a fast track today, likes a fast track, running 1 1/8, tied for the highest last race speed figure. The only question here is it's adding a little bit of distance. Did kind of weaken a little bit at a mile. So I don't know what that extra 1 1/8, the extra 8th mile is going to do. Certainly Sally Strong will be amongst the fastest horses out of the gate. As I mentioned, 5 out of 6. Kind of hard to argue with that. Trainer Michael Rohn and jockey Luis Rivera have teamed up to win 31% of their 29 races together. So a pretty solid combination. The last 2 on this particular horse. Number 4, Market Success. It's a good way to become a billionaire. Ask Warren Buffett. Horse should be coming on pretty strong at the end. He has closed, missed by 3/4 of a length last time out against some of these horses. The extra distance could be very helpful for Market Success. I suspect that you'll see it having the extra 1/8 of a mile would have been the difference in the last race. Instead of a 4th by 3/4, probably would have been the winner. Seems like it likes the additional distance. Trainer James Jackson and jockey Malcolm Franklin have teamed up 7 times, managed to visit the winner's circle as a combination, as a dynamic duo, 3 of those times. Number 5, Here Comes Jigs, being claimed last time out for Carlos Inirio, which is a decent angle for the horse. He's won 1 out of 10. I mean, that's percentages, not enough numbers to really make a big mess out of it. Ran at Thistledowns 9 times with a win and a second. Probably, and that last race was its best race by far. And it was a pretty much close to the front, was the 40-cent favorite, but is stepping up in class pretty aggressively here, from a $19,000 purse to a $100,000 purse, although it's really not as big a jump when you look at the rest of the horses as it might seem, because the rest of them are coming up from about 38.5. So still stepping up in class pretty aggressively. If it can run the same race it ran last time, I think it has a shot to at least maybe make it in the back end of the superfecta, trifecta. Moonlight Mission is a horse that has definite great late pace, should be amongst the strongest coming home, is a neck away from winning 3 in a row, all at Thistledowns, where it's won 4 of its 11 outings. Hasn't run at 1 mile and an eighth. The last time it did was at Mahoning Valley, finished second behind Drill It, and was the favorite in that spot at about 3 to 5. So perhaps this horse is be in a position to do it. Last time out, did improve his fractions nicely relative to the last time he ran at 1 mile. So perhaps Moonlight Mission will have enough extra juice in the last eighth of a mile to score and get paid by the man. Rip Roaring, number 7 horse. It hasn't run a quality race in 2020 and hasn't run a quality race since October of 20, hasn't run a quality race in 2021 and has not run a quality race since October of 2020. Horse needs to show a heck of a lot more than it has. I'm not sure that I can find any reason whatsoever to back Rip Roaring, besides the fact that maybe it has the best pedigree for the distance and surface, but certainly hasn't lived up to it to this point. Number 8, Grisabella. Last time out, won by a neck. Did face some of these other horses like Moonlight Mission, Drill It, Cali Dreamin', and finished 6th behind them the race before that. The race before that finished 3rd behind Moonlight Mission by 3 lengths. So probably not going to pass that horse again. Although this horse is taking one of the few that's not taking a giant step up in class. Did tie for the highest last race speed figure, so perhaps you'll see something positive there. The fractions were really a lot sharper last time too, which is a very encouraging sign for Grisbella. Number 9, Circus Rings. It's a horse that in the past has flashed the fastest opening quarter, does like himself some Thistledowns, is absolutely a horse for a course, no question about that. Ran there 20 times, won 8 times, ran 12 times at other tracks across the country, and only managed to find the winner's circles once. That's what I call a horse for the course. Perhaps that course liking should work for him. Going from turf to dirt, trainer Valerie Shaney Felt has tried that before 4 times, hasn't had any success with it yet, but has performed well with jockey Hector Barrios, winning at 26%. Finally, number 10, Ballroom Blitz. That was a good song back in the day. It's a ballroom blitz, if you remember that. Came off the bench to win by 2 1/4 lengths, like that, winning by more than 1 length. Was one of its best speed figures ever. However, its history says it could possibly take a step back in its second race off a layoff, though trainer Robert Gorham does win at 15% on that angle. Horse hasn't made it 1 mile and an eighth yet. It seems to me that it does like the distance, because here you can see at 1 mile, won by a neck. So the longer the race, the better it seems for Ballroom Blitz. Number 11, Drill It. Trying to turf to dirt angle as well. That's an 18% winner for trainer Robert Gorham. Teamed up with Christian Pilares. The team have won at 13%, so not the best jockey trainer combo, though they have been pretty strong the last couple of days. In 8 runs, they've had 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. It is another horse that has a history of putting in some early fast fractions, so maybe can get towards the front, though that outside post is probably a detriment. I do like the fact that the horse did show some much better early fractions on turf. I'd expect maybe some improvement going into the race here on dirt. let's go ahead and figure out how we're going to rank them. I think there's some money to be made in this spot. Hopefully we can pick a winner. We're going to go with the 3, the 6, the 4, and the 10. Again, 3, 6, 4, and 10. That's how we're ranking them. We'll find out how they line up when they're official. Good luck with your picks in the contest. Good luck with your picks at the track. And hopefully we'll see the 6 in the winner's circle. Little shake up there in the 9 horse coming home first. Didn't really shake up the standings very much. Ralph Della Santo is still on the top, followed by Ricky Hartman, Jesus Fausto, Scatman, JJ, the Capper, Rosie Price, Pasty F. Francesa, and the big dog coming back along with Stemmy into the top 10 with 3 races to go. Next one is a 1.25 miles. It is the Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup from, I guess, celebrating Mike DeWine. Probably, I don't know how popular he is in Ohio, but how popular is any governor in their state? Politicians and dentists, right? The 2 favorite people on the planet. No offense to dentists to put you in that company. In any case, looks like if you had that superfecta, it was a nice paying one. 10 cents turned into $66.64. Can't beat that with a stick. As Terry would say, where else can you turn 10 cents into $66.64 in about a minute and a half? Kind of a hard deal to find. Certainly aren't going to find that kind of return on your bang for your buck at the bank. That's for certain. Unless, of course, you are the bank and you're taking people's money and lending it out for credit cards at 19%. What a deal. I wanted to get into that business. Any case, we'll be right back. 10 minutes to post for the Governor's Cup at 1.25 miles on the main track. Probably going to look a lot like that last race, except they're going to probably be starting on a turn. So there'll be probably a little bit more than 2 turns. Could make for interesting. I would think should favor the inside, but they haven't run any races at that distance during the current meet, so it's tough to tell. We'll find out how they will come out of the box, how they will be charging late, who we think might be the winner in the Governor's Cup of 2021 at Thistledowns. See you 10 minutes to post. Race number 8. Don't know what I did there. Kind of confused myself with the unauthorized mouse click back to another tab. But in any case, we have the Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup, 1.25 miles. They haven't run any races at this distance in the last 60 days. Very difficult to tell what to expect, although it looks to me like early speed has its advantages at Thistledown. At least it has for the most part of the day. So I see no reason why that'll probably change. Looking at this race, the 1.25 mile Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup, early pace could belong to the one horse. Coincidentally, it was a long shot. Well, they're all going to be kind of prices outside of the 4, who's a pretty heavy favorite. But coincidentally, should be one of the horses that's the quickest out of the gate, followed by number 8, number 4, and number 7. So Wicked Warrior, Spin Doctor, and I Want to Win should be a part of the early pace. Coming home, it's going to be pretty aggressive. A lot of separation between Wicked Warrior and Magna Man. Leave it at that. In terms of where they'll be coming down the stretch. Those two have by far the best late pace figures, followed by number 5, Forewarned, who should be coming pretty hard as well, but just not as fast as number 3 or number 4. But those middle horses in terms of post position should be your strongest horses late and could be the ones that find themselves in the winner's circle. If you're looking at just straight speed, and that's your way, your angle, then you're going to like the 4 horse. You're going to like the 7, 3, and 5, and maybe the 9 as your top 5 choices. Looking at the field, number 1, coincidentally, as we mentioned, should be early out of the gates. Last time out, ran a decent race. Hasn't really found its way to a mile. A couple times. Did run pretty well back here at a mile, one up near the lead, which it should have a chance to do today. That day, it broke from the 3 post at Thistledowns again, ran a mile, broke from the rail. So this is the last time it was on the rail. Got out to the lead. I expect with that, probably starting on the turn, get off to a good lead. Was the betting favorite and failed to hold on. A lot of races since then. Last time out, some really slow fractions despite a fast track like we have today. That would be concerning to me if I were a backer of Coincidentally. Number 2 is Mobile Solution. Last time out, tried to run on grass. Had an even effort. Ran at 6th, kind of started at 6th and ended at 6th. At least in terms of distance, started 7th, 6th in that same neighborhood. Didn't really leave the zip code. But now is flipping back to dirt. Trainer has done that. Jeffrey Skirrett, I guess that's how you pronounce his name. I'm the official pronunciator at Horse Racing Radar anyway, and he's done that twice and won once. But the horse does love himself. Mobile Solution, some Thistledowns with 8 wins, 8 seconds, and 4 thirds in 23 races. So that's 20 of 23, not too bad. But only ran the distance 4 times, managed to find the winner's circle once. So not a big fan of the distance, perhaps, but a big fan of the track. One's got to break out over the other. Something's got to give, as they say. Number 3, Magna Man. So winner of 3 in a row, is a length away from being undefeated in 2021. So found its groove this year at Thistledowns. 9 races, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Yet to try the distance. Was the favorite in the last. Got DQ'd, but still managed to cross the finish line first. I'm a fan of horses that like to finish first. Is taking a major step up in class. Last time out, ran for a purse of $38,500. Today, running for a clean $100,000. And the jockey trainer combo are okay. I mean, they're on the lower end of the field, so maybe Magna Man will fall a little short here. Number 4, Wicked Warrior, is by far the betting public's favorite right now. Let's look at his odds right now, are 2-5. I have a hard time backing in 2-5, even though it's probably going to be my top pick for the contest, especially in any track. But at a place like Thistledown or in a race with supposed to have some quality, hard pressed to pay that. But did have the highest last race speed figure. Has won 3 in a row. None of them have been close by at least 3.5 lengths. The numbers at 1.125 miles last time. The fractions were pretty similar to a mile on the slop the time before. So I kind of like the fact that it didn't really back off. Does like the track. 10 trips across the Thistledown track, visiting the winner's circle, collecting that big check, the number one check, 7 times. Probably going to, I mean, it is your favorite. Ran the last race, speed figure over par. It's the horse to beat, but can you beat him? Number 5, Forewarned. 2 consecutive horrible races last time out. First time off the bench, and a little bit of a break. Terrible. 5th by 10. The race before that, 2nd by 10. Wasn't a match. I mean, you're finishing 10 lengths behind a horse. That's not really in competition. That says more about the rest of the field than it does about the winner. Race before that, 8th by 19. Not looking pretty sharp. 5 horse maybe can live up to its odds. Morning line odds 3-1. Do not like those last few races at all. Number 6, Sammy the Bull. If you remember who he is, right? The mobster. It's going from turf to dirt. Rodney Faulkner has won that way as a trainer, 1 out of his last 5. Not a big fan of the Thistledown. Must not like Ohio. Not an Ohio State fan. More of a Wisconsin guy or a Michigan guy, I guess. At the Thistledown track, 1 win in 18 races, though it did find his way into 3rd place 6 times. So maybe something to fill out the back end of the exacta, trifecta, exotics. I Want to Win. Did get the better of the 4 horse when they raced a few times back. So perhaps I Want to Win can be the horse that steals this race. Ran on a wet, fast track last time at Thistledowns and won. Has run at Thistledowns 14 times, 5 wins, 6 seconds, and 2/3. So that's 13 of 14 in the money. If anybody's going to catch the 4 horse, that's the Wicked Warrior. That's going to be I Want to Win. It's going to live up to the name. Does have some early fast fractions. Can get out to the jump and perhaps maybe steal this race on the lead. Last time it came off a layoff, it did win a 6-furlong start at Thistledown. Number 8, Spin Doctor. Good form, stretching out. Should be another one that's close to the pace. When it's run a mile, it's finished 2nd, 4th, first by a long 4.5, first by 2.5. So maybe likes the distance. Back in February, ran a mile and 70 yards at Mahoning Valley, finished 2nd. So it does seem to prefer longer distances. Another one with the favorable Thistledown records, 8 wins, 4 seconds in 14 goes. I do think Spin Doctor has a shot. It's stepping up in class. Do like the fact that it has some strong early fractions. And then finally, number 9, First Hand Justice. Hasn't run a quality race since June of last year. Horse that, June of this year. So it's been a couple of months. 5 wins, 47 races. Really not seeing anything in terms of what it's done on the track that might hint at something strong. But did run on July 21st and then came back to run a very strong bullet work. So maybe the 9 in Luis Rivera found some form, ready to go. Let's see. I'm going to go, I'm going to try to beat the 4 horse here. Why play a 2-5? I'm going to go 7, 4, 2, and 3, hoping I Want to Win actually can win and beat the Warrior. And we'll find out how they rank when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets. And of course, as always, good luck at the track. And hopefully we'll see the 7 in the winner's circle. You're never happy to not win a race. It's a good example of why you don't bet a 2 to 5 in a race like that at Thistledown. Wicked Warrior did not come through. Fourth pick made it home. Mag and the Man would have been nice if the 7 horse could have got second, so we could have gotten that nice exacta. But unfortunately, the 5 horse had to get in the way. But as I said, you're normally not too thrilled when you lose a race. But I have to say, watching the jockey in that race, Chelsea Kaiser, I think is her name. I've seen jockeys win the Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, the Breeders' Cup Classic. I can't say that I've ever seen anybody happier than she was. She was, I think, about ready to cry. That's how excited she was. She was so enthusiastic. And it was really, honestly, kind of heartwarming to see somebody so happy to achieve something. So congratulations to you, Chelsea. I don't know if you're going to see this or not at some point today or later on in the future, but I have to say your happiness actually brought a smile to my face. And I always appreciate when somebody makes me smile. So thank you. And good luck in your future rides. We'll be back for race number 9, which is, I think, the last of the stakes races at Thistledown today. It is the, hold on one second, as I page down, the Best of Ohio Honey J Stakes. It is 6 furlong, so we're back to where we started in terms of distance. We know what to look for there, either the co-pilot or the pilot, but the co-pilot has done a little bit better than the pilot today. We'll be back with our early pace analysis, our late pace analysis, the way we think the horses will break down according to their speed numbers, and then, of course, make our picks. Look forward to seeing you 10 minutes to post. It is the last of the stakes races today, the Best of Ohio Honey J Stakes. It's 6 furlongs, so we're back to a distance that we know a little bit about. We know that post position doesn't really matter, and that you probably want to be early speed, at least close to the pace. We saw the 3-horse win a couple early races, so maybe the 3 can snap back into form here and find its way into the winner's circle. We know that co-pilots have done a little bit better than pilots, but nonetheless, you still want to be near the front. So early pace is going to have a big impact on the likely outcome of this spot. If not, we have a pretty strong closer in our mix that we have. It's a decent price that maybe makes a good bet as well. So looking at the early pace, it looks to me like the 1-horse, Altissimo, is probably going to be your pace setter. And then behind Altissimo, you're probably going to find hold on one second, you're going to find the 11-horse, which is Doggy d'Oro. So Doggy d'Oro could be the horse that's second from way outside. Number 3, Liberate, and King Creed look to have the fastest early pace. Number 10 is started from the bottom. Sorry, that's a little bit too many letters in a row without a break for me. Those horses have pretty much very similar type early pace figures, with Altissimo and Doggy d'Oro being the swiftest of them all up top. So you could see the 1 and 11, a lot of ones running around at the front of this last Honey J Stakes race of the day at Thistledowns. On the way home, the 12-horse Nick Can Fix. It's going to be the strongest runner late. It has a little bit of advantage, but not much, over Chief Randell, the 12 and the 4. And then you have a pretty significant drop-off to a bunch of them in the middle that should be coming home quickly, but not quite as strong as the 12 or the 4. If you want to play the speed figure game, then you're going to put the 12 on top, Nick Can Fix, followed by the 1, Altissimo. Then the 6-horse, which is King Creed, followed by the 2-horse, Mo Don't Know. And then maybe as an alternative there, you might want to look at the 4, Chief Randall, or the 11. That is Doggy d'Oro. Those are your top 6 speed horses. Let's see how they rank according to the way I handicap. So hopefully we can find some nice winners here in the big race to go home. Number 1, Altissimo, is breaking from the rail. Trainer Richard Zielinski doesn't enter a whole bunch into the non-graded stakes level, but when he does, he hits at a pretty good rate of 32%. This horse has won 20 of its 48 lifetime starts, 3 of 10 at Thistledowns, and 14 of 31. Seems to be a big fan of the 6 furlong distance and does have a history of getting out of the gates, does have some of the fastest early fractions in this field. And Eric Barberin is a horse that was on the jockey last time out at Thistledowns when it came home to score. So perhaps back-to-back W's for Eric. Hopefully he'll be as excited as Chelsea was in the race before. Number 2, Mo Don't Know, ran one of the top last race speed figures, hasn't run since June, been on the bench since, put in a decent workout on July the 21st, third fastest at 4 furlongs on the slop. Before that, didn't run since May. So I would have liked to seen another work in there, but it is a horse for the course, winning 13 of 24, 8 of about 19 elsewhere. So it doesn't seem 8 of 29 elsewhere. So seems to be a fan of the OHIO. As I mentioned, Ohio State fans, if you go to Ohio State game, they chant that like 50,000 times. So the only chant they know. We got great football, but it need a better chant. Then at the distance, does like the distance as well. Winner of 9 of 19. It should be one of the horses based upon its last speed figure that does have a shot to perhaps find its way into the winner's circle. Number 3, Liberate, is a horse that last time out did show some improved fractions early on and then sort of faded as the race went on, despite finishing at about the same final time at 5.5 furlongs as it did the time before. Would have liked to seen it do a little bit better there. However, it is a horse that is a horse for the course again. Winner of 4 out of 7 at Thistledowns. Race him anywhere else, and he's won 2 out of 7. So perhaps Liberate can find its liking of Thistledowns one more time to capture the Honey J Stakes. Number 4 is Chief Randell in a very competitive field. now being trained by Stefani Norris. First time, he hasn't won in 4 tries under that angle, so he's going to need to do something he hasn't done. But it is a horse that does like to win, has won 6 of 25 starts, and then at Thistledowns has hit the board in 7 of 12, 7 of 12 at the distance. I would like to see the horse, well, when it extends, it seems to fade. Last race was 4.5 furlongs, maybe a little bit, maybe 6 furlongs. Looks to be a little too long, maybe, for Chief Randell, which is kind of hard to believe. Maybe you should head out to Los Al. Number 5, More Stride. Coming off of a little bit of a break. Workouts since its last race have only been okay, but the good news is he's put in 4, 9, 13 furlongs of work, so should be fit. Last time out, finished 8th of 10 by 18. Not a very strong race at all for number 4, More Stride, last time out. Maybe this time out, it can find its way back into the winner's circle, something it's done 3 out of 6 races. So he does know where the winner's circle is. Do like the fact that he's got some works in there and a good one 3 back. King Creed, another one coming off the bench, does like Thistledowns. 7 wins, 5 seconds, and 14 efforts. Does have a history of running okay fresh. The last time it came off a break and then ran at Thistledowns, won by 4. In the race before that, it finished 9th by 27. So getting a little bit of a break could be a positive for this horse. Has won 7 of 11 at the distance, 2 seconds, 2/3. Quick math says 100% in the money at 6 furlongs. So keep an eye on King Creed because he has made his living at 6 furlongs. Number 7, Candy Exchange. Perhaps the last race suggests that at shorter distances might be to its liking because it was running at a mile and not even being close. Finished 4th by 18, 4th by 10, 4 by 13. Like to be the end of the superfecta, but way behind the winner. And then when it shortened up, it was 3rd. So perhaps maybe shorter distances are preferable. Hasn't put any workouts in since the last race. And when you look at the fractions last time out, we're pretty much in line with what he normally runs. So maybe a 4th place horse, maybe. Number 8, Golden Money. Won its last race, has won 1, 2, 3, run 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive really solid starts. Like to see that. Fractions last time out were sharper than they were the race before. Another thing I like to see. Did face up against Dougie D'Oro coming up and finished 2nd by 3.5, 3 races ago. So maybe not going to have what it takes to get to the better side of Dougie D'Oro again today. Number 9, Going With Style has been pretty solid at the distance. Run there 10 times, 4 wins, 4 seconds, and a 1/3. So 90% of the time in the money at the distance. Last time out at Thistledown, started 6th, ended 6th, really didn't make up any ground in the middle of the race. However, since that race did come out and at Arlington Park, which is an all-weather track. This is not an all-weather track. Did put down a 35 and 4, fastest of all of the 3 furlong works on that day. Maybe the horse is an all-weather horse and not a traditional dirt horse. Number 10, Started From the Bottom. Had a real difficult time last time out getting that out. But it's a neck go, 2nd by a neck last time, 3rd by 1 1/4, 3rd by 7 1/4. So you could see that past performance line is getting better. Was the 4 to 5 choice last time out. Was the 3 to 5 choice the race before that. So struggling to find the winner's circle as a favorite. Certainly not the favorite here. I would expect that you'll see the 10 horse Started From the Bottom. Does have the top pedigree. Does perhaps have a speed that can get it towards the front. Beaten favorite for trainer John Enos, has not won the next time out in 11 tries. Dougie D'Oro, 7 races in its lifetime, 5 of them by win. And when he wins, let me tell you, it's not close. 6 lengths, 3.5 lengths, 7 3/4, 3 3/4, 8 1/4. Failed to finish in his debut, bore in, and then the jockey pulled him off. And then before the break, becoming the Thistledowns, ran 3rd by 1.5 lengths. Dueled, was tired, ran slower fractions than he did the race before, needed a break. 3rd time off a layoff, last time out, won by 7 3/4. That's a big number. I'd like to see that. I'm big on cycles. Cycles point to that horse being a possible winner.
And finally, Nick Can Fix, 20-1 odds. That doesn't look right to me for a horse that's finished in the money 100% of the time at Thistledowns, including the last race speed figure being the top in the field. Does like to win 15-30, so half of its races going to be the strongest horse coming home. I don't know what the line maker was thinking at 20-1. Maybe it is a 20-1. For me, in terms of how I'm going to rank them, I think there's some opportunity to make money here. I'm going to go 11, 1, 12, and 6. That's how I'm lining them up. We'll see how it lines up when they go official. Good luck with your picks. Good luck at the track, and hopefully we'll see the 11 in the winner's circle. Dougie D'Oro, the 11 horse. Top choice comes home first. And something about the 3 horse at 6 furlongs, man. If you're betting at Thistledowns, make sure you have the 3 horse anytime they run 6 furlongs, because it looks like if you don't have them, you're not going to hit a trifecta or superfecta. If you happen to bet the 11, the 12, and the 3, that $1 trifecta paid $126. The 11, the 12, the 3, and the 1 for a dime paid $73.94. Ain't nothing wrong with that, I'll tell you. One race left to go, and it looks to me like we have a contest between Larry Hand with 27 points, Scatman with 26, Ralph Delasanto 25, James Wilson. Hey, our own Chris is right there. Big Dog at 23, Ricky Hartman at 23, and then you have a few others at 22, all with a chance to win. So good luck to everybody in the last race, number 10, Thistledowns, that's still alive in the contest. Another 6 furlonger. So we'll know again. We got to look for a horse that's near the front. The 11 was, I think, wasn't co-pilot, but was co-pilot or assistant pilot. Maybe a pilot can tell me what the third person in the cockpit is called, because I don't know. But nonetheless, early speed finds its way to the winner's circle at 6 furlongs. We'll be back to discuss which horses are probably going to be near the front, which ones will be charging late, and then we'll see how this contest ends up in the last race at Thistledowns. Been fun. Look forward to the last leg. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. And we're down to the last race of the contest, another 6 furlong race. Claimer of non-winner of 2 for 5,200 for 5,000, purse of 10,700. So we know how these races are going to play out at 6 furlongs. You got to have some speed. You have to be close to the front. Doesn't matter from where you break. So let's take a look at the early pace and see who might be in front according to our rankings. And looking at right now, the early pace looks like it's going to favor number 9, and that is Warcat, followed by the 6 horse. That is See You at the Bar. Not a bad place to be sometimes after a tough day at the track. Number 7 should be close behind, Collude, followed by the 8 horse, Blushing Betty, and then the 5, and that is Renee's Sensation. Those will be your top horses, probably out of the gate. One of those horses might be your winner. We'll find out when it's official. And then on the way home, the 10 horse, Shannon's Girl, the early race favorite there. It does have the strongest late legs with the 3, Genuine, not sure how they pronounce that one. Those two seem to have a little bit of advantage over everybody else late, but they kind of just notch down, 1, 1, 1, 1. So really not a big difference between each horse, but a sizable difference from top to bottom. Number 9, Warcat, will be the 3rd fastest on the way home. Lightning Miss, the rail horse, should be amongst the fastest late too, followed by Special Beach. Those are the horses, according to the pace figures, that should have a shot to find their way home at the end. So if you like to play the speed ranking name, then the 10 horse is the top choice, followed by the 4, the 9, the 8, and the 7. Let's see what we like about every horse in this field. Number 1, Lightning Miss. It's a horse that last time out, as I mentioned, could be a part of the late pace scenario. Probably not much of one that's going to get to the front. Last time out, started 6th, finished 4th, was 8 lengths off at the break, 11 lengths off at the end. So probably not going to be one that's in the mix. The only hope is it claims there's a drop in class, but there's really not a drop in class because the purse last time out was 10.7. The purse this time is 10.7. So there is not an official drop in class there. 1 win over 16 races at Thistledowns, 1 win in 29 races lifetime. Number 2, Wicked Ways. Yeah, had a good race 3 back, showed some speed, but since has just fallen off the map. Form is way off. Although at Thistledowns does have a win and 2 seconds in 5 races. It is a horse that does like to finish in the money, though. Finishing in the money 9 out of 16, so has one of the highest in the money rankings. Finished in the money 6 of 11 at the distance. Minus those last 2 races, it tends to throw some stinkers in there, 2 of them, and then after 2 stinkers tends to put in a solid race next time out. So you never know. Maybe the 2 horse can surprise. It's 6 furlongs, so you got to have the 3, Genuine, in your rankings. No question about that. Even though it's only been a winner 1 in 47 tries, but has been in the money 20 out of 47, so not too bad. And at the distance, been in the money 8 of 21. Last time out, ran at Presque Isle Downs on the all-weather track. Seems to do a lot of its damage on all weather, so I'm not so sure that it really likes regular dirt. Although at the Thistledowns course, before heading off to Presque Isle Downs in Pennsylvania, I believe, did run some pretty decent early number of fractions there. Does have a history of some of the best early speed out of the gate, and is actually taking a slight class drop in terms of purse from $13,000 down to $10,700. Number 4, Special Beach, 2nd time off a layoff. Resume says that the 2nd time off a layoff is usually not as good as the first one. Last time out, did run one of the better speed figures in the field and is taking a small drop in class from a $14,000 purse down to a $10,000 purse. And that last race speed figure, being tops in the field, was also above par. So perhaps it claims it's a 2. The program says it's a 2-class drop. I don't consider it a $4,000 drop in purse money. That's maybe a 1-class drop. Number 5, Renee's Sensation, Third time off a layoff. History says that the horse regresses race after race. Last time it did not. It kind of improved a little bit speed figure wise, but the odds keep getting higher and higher and higher. So if it does hit, maybe third time off a layoff, you could see Renee Sensation do something in there. Does have a history of some fast early fractions. If Renee's Sensation can put some fast early fractions on the track, maybe. See you at the bar, absolutely, but hasn't seen you at the winner's circle, hasn't even been close. This horse hasn't been within 10 lengths of the leader in its last, 6 starts. It's going to have to show a heck of a lot more than that. Third start off a layoff. If there is any hope, it's on August 3rd, did run a bullet workout, fastest of 9 at 4 furlongs. Maybe that is a signal that See You at the Bar is ready to rebound and do something well. We'll find out. Number 7, Collude, making its first start after a short break. Workouts since the last race have been okay. I do like the fact that it did ship in from Oaklawn Park, so a little bit of a heftier course, if you will. It is dropping in class. Last time out Collude ran for 14-1. Not a big drop, as I mentioned, but the trainer, it is considered a 2-class drop at Thistledown. The trainer, Kim Poole, on that drop wins at 18%. 2 seconds and 4 starts at Thistledown, and has finished in the money 11 of 18. So this is probably a horse that you got to have on your ticket. Number 8, Blushing Betty, one of the lightest racers horses in the field. Last time out at Thistledown, finally broke its maiden 72 on the speed gun, according to Brisnet. That is a speed figure that is above par for this level. I do like that 8.5 length win. It shows me a horse that, that's a big win. Big races are usually followed by another big race. Since moving away from Woodbine, it's run much better at Thistledown. Seems to be that this filly likes this track. Probably a horse that you have to have on your ranking as well. Does have some of the best pedigree for the distance and surface as well. Number 9, Warcat, is another that's run a last race speed figure above par for this level. Was one of the top in the class here. I do look at these fractions. They were a little bit faster last time out. It is showing improvement, but did finish behind Blushing Betty 2 races back. Kind of weird that it's 30-1 in the morning line. That seems a little bit off to me, much like the 12 last time. Not quite sure who's making the morning lines out there at Thistledown. Number 12, Shannon, and number 10, Shannon's Girl, 5-2 morning line. Had the highest last race speed figure. That would be above par, and is dropping in class today. The drop from 25.5 down to 10.7 is the biggest drop in the field. Trainer Shane Myers flipping this horse around pretty fast in under 20 days. History says it might take a little bit of a step backwards in its second start off a break. Not something that we necessarily want to see, but is a positive that it is dropping in class, coming back fast after the highest last race speed figure. So how are we going to line them up? Let's see if we can go home a winner. We're going to go with the 8 over the 10, the 7, and the 4. That's how we're ranking them. We'll see how they line up when it goes official and they close out the Thistle Day Best of Ohio Stakes races. Hopefully you have the winner both at the ticket and in the contest. See you in the winner's circle. So we wanted to go home a winner, and we do go home a winner with a superfecta with the out of my 4 picks. The 8, 4, 10, and 7 paid for a dime, $22.47. Nothing wrong with that. We'll take that all day, every day. So if you bet it for a buck, you got $224.70, and almost almost 500 if you had bet it for $2. Nothing wrong with that. 8, 10, 4, 8, 4, 10, and 7. I'm sorry. Let's take a look at what that means for the contest before we wrap it up and call it a day here. With the suspense for me as I press the view live results button, and it looks to me like, well, we got a 3-way tie for that. So that's we'll find out how that breaks out. But it looks like Scam Man, Dalton, and Lenny Han are all on top with 27. Then a whole bunch of people at 25 points. I made a big move at the end into 8th place. A couple of picks that I may have made a little bit differently earlier on could have got me to the winner's circle. But in any case, congratulations to the top 3 at the tie. It will be the winner will be determined by the tie-breaking system, which I think is the first to enter. And that person will see $100 for the Thistledown contest show up into their account shortly. Make sure you come back tomorrow for the next handicapping contest. I believe that one is at Ellis Park. They got a lot of, believe me, I know. They have a lot of stakes races tomorrow as well. I think they have 4, maybe 5 of them. So that's a $50 one. And then next Friday, we'll be back at Monmouth Park. It looks like there's a decent prize for that one. We'll see how that works out. Friday, the August 20th, the No Whoop Challenge. And next Saturday, I think, is the Pacific out in Del Mar. So I have a feeling that's where we'll be next Saturday when we meet again live for our handicapping, where we'll go over again the pace setup, the post position setup, how the track plays at the distance and surface, and which horses we think have the best speed numbers, which horses we think will win. Until next Saturday, until we meet again, everybody, good luck at the track. And make sure you join us on Monday when Terry and I are back to talk about horse racing news, give our opinions, make our picks for the hot dog and prime rib pick 4s. If there are any hot dog vendors out there that would like for us to call it the Nathan's hot dog pick 4, reach out to me at gtsrichb@gmail.com. Hit me up on Twitter or Facebook at Racing Radar. Till we see you next, folks, good luck at the track. And J. Marco, I'm stealing your line one more time. Hope to see you in the winner's circle.